Every, I look in my closet and I see like 20 suits and I'm like, man, they're somewhere. Okay, I'd like to call to order the 732nd regular meeting of the Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees, regular meeting on Wednesday, March 11th, 2026, right at 3 o'clock. We do not have anyone joining us by Zoom, so we'll go through that. Let's see, the first thing we've already called to order, so could we have status from a quorum, please?
For the record, student trustee Matthew Gutierrez is not present. Trustee Aguilar? Here. Trustee Beggs?
Here.
Trustee Garrett?
Here.
Trustee Hinton? Here. And for the record, Trustee Nicolau will arrive late today. Vice President Davis?
Here.
President Richards?
Here.
Quorum is established.
As I said, 2.3 is not necessary. Moving on to 2.4, any conflicts of interest? Looking right, not seeing any. Do we have any public comments on anything to do with closed session? Doesn't look like we do. Madam Stenographer, we have a closed session to talk about.
Yes, for the record, the board will adjourn to closed session to discuss items 3.1 through 3.5 listed on the closed session agenda. The board is adjourning at 3:02.
Very good. quickly. Yes. Are you ready? Okay.
Test. I don't think we have our audio.
I'll sign afterwards.
Test, test.
He's so ready for the camera. Okay, I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees on Wednesday, March 11th, 2026. We do not have anyone joining us by Zoom, so we can move on. Trustee Garrett, could you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
And justice for all. Thank you. Madam Stenographer, could we have call the order?
Yes. Student trustee Gutierrez,
Here.
trustee Aguilar,
Here.
trustee Beggs,
here.
trustee Garrett,
Here.
trustee Hinton,
Here.
trustee Nicolau,
Here.
Vice President Davis, President Richards.
Here.
Quorum is established.
We do not have anybody participating remotely. Looking left, looking right, not seeing any statements of conflict. Anybody wishing to change the order of business? Doesn't look like it. Do we have any public comments to begin? Very good. So 3.1, Mr. Adam Barrow, Chief Executive Officer with Fieldman, Rollup and Associates Inc. will present the Board of Trustees with an introductory essay to follow board overview and highlight key basics for the governing board. And I will caution you not to read your slides, but to summarize them. We can all read.
If you wanted me to read a slide, I would fail. That's not the
Very
way
good.
I typically do a presentation. So, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. The idea for this presentation or this discussion was when trustees or a board look at making decisions on GeoBonds and looking at research and things like that, there's a lot of stress involved in that. There's big consequences in that. And then sometimes getting re-educated on this, because you don't do this all the time, it's just like one more layer of like difficulty through that process. And so one of the things we thought about was just breaking out this kind of refresher course on this, do what we sometimes do in 3 hours if we're reading for like AXA or USC program, but make that about 30 minutes and try to give a pretty high level overview of this. The only decisions you have to make today on this item is if to ask questions and what questions to ask. So try to keep low pressure, just trying to walk through it. And so here's how we've organized it. It's just some general information, the finance team, and then did a deeper dive into the district GeoBonds in general, but the district's GeoBonds that have already been passed, and some that can be looked at going forward. And you can see we like this picture. It keeps showing up throughout the presentation. So, why are government entities doing financings at all? And the concept behind most financings in California and most parts of the US is that the taxpayers that are using those facilities are oftentimes the ones that should be repaying them. And so that concept is kind of built in the way we fund government buildings or acquire land and that sort of thing. So I will not read all the things on there, but basically anything you need to do to continue to maintain your operations, and as far as capital facilities go, it likely involves a general obligation bond or some other type of debt financing. The other thing is state in California has doubled down on this concept. I'm going to go through and show you some of the funding mechanisms, but in order to access state money, you need to be able to show your local money. And so if you don't have local money, you tax your taxpayers here, you ship it to Sacramento, and then it goes everywhere else except back to you. And so, like I said, they've doubled down on those who are paying the taxes should be using the facilities. Here's where I kind of gave a teaser on. And so the far left, and the one that's likely most important, and the one that's going to provide the most facilities for you is we abbreviate as GEO bond, that is general obligation bond. And then some of the pros is it doesn't have a negative impact on your operations. Your operations are meant to fund programs, and when they're used to fund operations, it takes away from those programs. The other thing that a GEO bond will often do is help your operations in that you no longer are doing the same type of maintenance. So for example, if you're trying to repair an air conditioning that's 25 years old, you're likely making your own parts, or you're likely paying someone to be on eBay and Amazon trying to find someone that's trying to sell that part. Whereas if you have new facilities, that oftentimes is alleviated. You're probably not even buying parts, much less customizing those parts. The con, and this is what very challenging, is you need more than 55% voter approval to pass these. While that sounds like a con, any city, government, or county would love to be in your position. They need 2/3 voter approval. And so you see much less of this done on the county level. 55 is a very large threshold to get over, but if you can do it, and about 75% of agencies that do this do it, you have a program that can help you fund facilities. The other con is even if voters approve this, it does raise the property taxes within your region by a pretty modest amount when you spread it across all the properties, but we listed that as another potential negative. The state funding, I told you, you need to have your local funding to be able to leverage that or get access to that, and we've listed those as the cons. So another negative, and kind of taking control of things with a GEO bond, is the state is very slow to pay. And sometimes you get approved and you go on what's called a approved but unfunded list. And so even though you have your money, 100% of your money you're using because you're trying to bridge this gap with the state. And so once again, that blue box is really helpful in kind of controlling your own destiny versus waiting for that state money to roll in. The yellow one, I want to express a lot of caution on. This is something you can do. It's something that if you do, I'm going to spend a lot of time with your staff talking about the costs and consequences. But if it's something that's needed, we can certainly talk about it. And that is a certificate of participation. The state constitution does not allow a governmental entity to borrow year over year. The attorneys came up with a way around that. You do it through a COP. But basically think of that as a long-term borrowing that is, we have to put up one of your assets as a leased asset. So bottom line for this one is this would be the college would have a requirement to repay this from their operations. And I've already told you, your money is really allocated towards your programs, so this would take away from that. Where this could be a really good idea is, so a lot of K-12 have like redevelopment agency, which are now called successor agencies, and they have nearly a guaranteed revenue stream for 20, 30 years. That could be a time when looking at a COP is a very viable and reasonable option, but unless we could identify a funding source, we would want you to avoid that yellow box as much as we can. So then another one is capital outlay, but this is a trickle, right? This is, when you have some funds and when you take it from programs, you apply that towards your projects. And so that's really, I think speaks for itself. I won't spend too much time on that. So another one, and this one I definitely won't read. There's a whole lot of words on this, but what this is you're in a very unique position. Only governments can do this, where you get to issue bonds that are tax exempt, and that's really important for investors who are interested in this. So first, I'll keep in mind if you're buying in $5,000 increments, you're a relatively wealthy investor. And if you're doing that, you're likely in the top tax bracket. So you're at 37.5 with the feds, and you're at 10.3 with the state. So every dollar of income that investor makes, they're paying about 47% taxes on it. If your bonds meet the criteria and they buy bonds from you, they get to not pay income taxes on that. And in exchange for that, they're willing to lend at a much lower interest rate. Sorry about that. So for example, jump down there to that second to last bullet point. If Home Depot had the same credit rating as you, they would have a 6.8% interest kind of equivalent of you having a 4.25% interest. That's how valuable that tax exemption status is. And so I think it's important for you to kind of, when you deal with someone like me, you deal with all these hundreds of pages of documents when you go through this, a lot of it is to make sure that you qualify for that tax exemption. Next slide, I want to kind of walk through this one, is those boxes you saw before on a horizontal basis, we kind of give some more summary here. Is that general obligation bond, voter approved, taxpayers repay it. What you're going to notice is a trend. If you want someone else to repay it, you have to ask for their approval. And that's really what this slide tries to take away. Trans, we did not deal with that, but that really deals with operations, not typically facilities. But just in case you ask me, hey, we've done Tran 20 years ago. Yes, this is one of those, and that is typically that is because of cash flow flows from the state to the districts. This slide I think you should be really proud of. You are a high credit rating. We have them listed there, but think of it as AAA category, which is just one rating. AA has 3 potential ratings. Single A has 3 all the way down. But you're in that AA2, AA minus credit rating criteria, which means you've managed your finances well. And it also means that you have a very solid tax base. Very few districts are AAA. Think of the districts I can think of are Hillsborough and San Mateo, Del Mar in San Diego, just a handful. So one of the problems you have is the state is in the AA category. And the money flows from, in most situations, flows from the state to a lot of colleges and districts. And the state has proven that when they want to balance their budget, they'll delay your money from one year to the next. So even though you've done nothing wrong, the fact that a party can intercept your funds, that alone is a real credit risk. And so then the other thing that these bonds, they look at is, they look at the strength of the individuals and the properties within your community, and they really look towards like high wealth type agencies for that. So the fact that you can be in a AA category, be in a rural district, which typically has some lower income characteristics to it, that you can be that and still be in these mid AA categories shows a real prudence in the debt you've issued and the management of the colleges. So I would look at this slide, well, that's a difficult question, is why can't we be AAA? I look at this slide and say they've done a really good job getting to where they're at.
Right, just a couple of questions on, and this will be recalculated when it's time to issue or when it's time to consider issuing?
Great question. So unlike all of us as an individual, you can basically log on your bank now, click on a few clicks, and you can figure out your credit score. Right? That they monitor us. This is different in that the only time you get a credit rating is when you seek it out. So we have to ask them for a credit rating, and you pay them, and they assign one. We represent you with district staff in the best possible light and do like about a 40-page presentation for them. But yes, they will then assign a rating.
And I mean, they look at the current financial situations and any long-term debt and all of that. Here's just kind of a question. If the taxpayers are the ones who are paying it back, why is the district the one being rated?
And this is something that I think is always frustrating to Californians. So the answer really is, if these credit analysts look at this on a national scale, and the first book I had on the issuing general obligation bonds, the book said a GO bond is secured by the full faith and credit of the agency. So if that's true, then you should look at the district and college's finances, right? It's not true in California. There's a lockbox system, but the credit analysts and the 3 agencies here look at the overall finances of the district, and when you press them on it, they say that they need to be able to compare agencies from one state to another. We point out that's really unfair to our districts because there's different laws here. They say, fine. Fitch tried to do something and said, we'll do an issuer on general obligation bond rating, and we'll only look at the tax base. And that worked for about 6 months, and the investor said, we want the overall rating. And so there have been attempts to address exactly what you raised. It just has did not work well for a long period of time. But you are right. There's those taxes. I have a slide later, and it shows the lockbox system. But even if district staff called up the county treasurer and said, we need to make payroll, give us those tax collections, the treasurer tax collector is not allowed to do that. And I have a slide that shows you that. This is money that's outside of that, and absolutely, it should just be looked at as that, but they look at more than that. Oh, lockbox, right here. So I should have just advanced forward. So property owners pay it. It gets held with the county treasurer tax collector. Assessors, I skipped there. So the assessor does the calculations on what the assessed value is. A percentage is determined. Treasurer tax collector has those funds. They pay. You can see you have each series of bonds, and then you can see how it flows from there. But that is the lockbox system that demonstrates that you do not have access to those funds. So I thought I should focus on some terminology. Assessed value is all the taxable value within the district's property. And this is really important. There's a lot of the calculations that our firm does are based on this. I want to be very clear, though. This is not market value. And this is all because of Prop 13. This is oftentimes much lower than property values. This is something that's going to be very important. If you look at doing a new general obligation bond, property owners or taxpayers or voters, however you describe them, go on to Zillow or Redfin, and they see that number, this estimate, or I don't know what Redfin calls it, but that number, when you're talking about tax rate, they're multiplying as the best they can on the fly, that percentage by that number. It's very unlikely that their assessed value is anywhere near that number. So Prop 13 makes it so a value of a home can only change at ownership or by 2% or CPI, the lesser of those two. And in California, we typically have property values that go up by much more than that. Bond authorization, each GEO bond measure gets a bond authorization, a maximum amount. And so you've exhausted that with your prior measures. Tax rate limitation for a community college, the maximum amount that can be targeted is $25 per 1,000. You probably noticed I used some odd language. I said targeted. If the economy turns and assumptions don't hold, the treasurer tax collector shall levy whatever is needed for debt service. So no matter how hard we worked on those projections, it's all about what really happens. And so using some conservativeness in this is very important to make sure that if we go over our tax rate, two things happen. One is you're charging your taxpayers more than you promised them. And two, you can't issue any more bonds. So they're paying more and they're getting less. And so we want to make sure that we're always very conservative on that feature. Debt service, that's how we like to describe principal and interest payments to those bondholders. Capital appreciation bonds are what we would call zero coupon bonds, meaning they don't pay any interest until the maturity date. Those bonds, then they stay off the property tax bills until the maturity date. Those bonds are much more expensive. Think of an investor. Think of someone said to you, I'll loan you money and you don't have to pay me for 5, 10, 15 years, nothing between now and then. That investor is going to require a higher interest rate. And then that interest compounds on itself over and over and over again. So less buyers, higher interest rate, compounding, that makes it higher even from there. And then every year that goes by, that compounds even more and more. So capital appreciation bonds are a much more expensive form of borrowing than what we'd call current interest bonds. Current interest bonds are just like our home mortgage. Once that loan funds, interest is paid. The difference here is we do it twice a year for GEO bonds, whereas a homeowner does it 12 times a year. And so did I get to the gist of what you're getting at there?
On the tax rate limitation, the $25 per 100,000, is that inclusive of current bonds? And so there's a You know,
No.
okay, so a new bond has this limit.
Each bond measure, Prop 39 GO bond measure, has its own tax rate cap and its own authorization amount.
So what is bonding capacity? What does that mean? I mean, you know, your district.
So each community college district, school district have their own statutory bonding capacity. The reason why statutory bonding capacity is important is because without it, you have to go to the state to issue bonds. Now, the state always says yes, they just give you some conditions to it, but you get more freedom if you're not at your statutory bonding capacity. And you are doing, very, very well here. So look at this chart to the bottom right there. For fiscal year 25-26, the district's assessed value is $98,350 million. Your bonding capacity, statutory bonding capacity, is $2.48 billion. You only have $216 million outstanding. When I drive on this campus and I see what you have here, it's kind of amazing what nice facilities you have for how much you've asked for your voters. You've done an amazing job providing facilities for the students here. There's a significant number, not a district your size, you're a very large district with your assessed value here, but there are a good portion of the districts in the Central Valley that actually need to go to the state to get a waiver to go after that, above that statutory bonding capacity. I was actually working on one this morning. And so this slide, I think, is really something for the college to be proud of, is that you've done really well with what you've asked for from your voters. So I jumped around to make sure I addressed that question. So I hit on those points, hit on the finance team. So the first most important party in a transaction is the issuer. You're the one doing all the work, and you're the one that has that tax-exempt ability to sell bonds. But then we have some other parties that are really important. The independent survey consultant, and this is something I'm just so happy the way you did it. You contracted with the survey consultant independently. So they are typically independent, but a lot of agencies hire them under a communication consultant to me. To me, the communication consultant needs this thing to keep running. They get paid monthly. What we want is a party that can come in, say go, no go, and if you go, here's some things to look at, and you have that. And so I think that was a really good way to go about doing that. The communication consultant, this is one that's district funded and cannot advocate, but can help communicate about facilities and costs, and they rely on us for some information. But this firm, if you do call for a GO bond, typically will then quit working for the colleges and then start working for the campaign. They then are the election consultant, but that's that party there. Then to the far right there, I'm hopping on some of the really key ones. That bond counsel, they're the ones that give you an opinion that says that these bonds are tax exempt. This firm also serves, in your case, also serves the same role, and that they serve as disclosure counsel. This is a firm that, as long as you're providing accurate information, will certify that you're providing what investors need to make a decision on these bonds. And so that role is disclosure counsel. For some really large agencies, that they will separate that. It's a higher cost. In your case, you have one that does both. And with the amount of bonds you're issuing, I think that's a good decision. The role I serve is municipal advisor. I'm your fiduciary in the transaction. I have a lot of the same skills as your underwriter, but the underwriter's role is to buy the bonds and resell them to investors. And you have a firm selected for that as well. So you're in good shape with some of those key team members. We hit on some of the ones on the bottom already, but this is a general team. The three that you're going to interact with the most are the key financing team members at far right. That's during the bond transaction. During some of the planning, the communication consultant and our firm will be the ones that you communicate most with. So hit on, I think, the majority of the points here. Yeah, I think I've hit on everything on this slide, so I'll just advance. Why are we talking about this now? Is a Proposition 39 GO bond measure needs to be on a wider election. So you can't just call an election Friday night and see who shows up. And so you have the primary and you have the general. You have that in even years. We used to have more before the election started to consolidate. It's getting more and more frequent that even years are the only opportunities that we have. This is the process. I think the way I've described things so far, I think I've hit on some of these things. I think maybe a few to point out there. is after the election, you would need to call for a Citizens Oversight Committee, assuming the one you have is still intact. It is, no, okay, so we need to reestablish this and make sure that you have the right group in place. And then we have, after that, just some of the key factors. This one, what I wanted you to hear on this slide is it's important to understand the tax rate, and I already told you the treasurer tax collector shall levy whatever is needed for debt service. And so not using too aggressive assumptions. And so I'm going to go through some of my assumptions with you. Assessed value, we hit on this slide. Here is the district's program as it currently stands. And one thing you should notice, you're below that red line. The vertical axis is tax rate per 1,000. Horizontal axis are years. Red line is that maximum tax rate. And you're below it in all years. That's exactly where you want to be. You're very efficient about your debt program. So this, to me, is the program is working. This is what a new GeoBond measure would look like in 2026, assuming a maximum tax rate of $25 per 1,000. Getting that maximum tax rate in this environment is very challenging. Very few agencies are able to target the maximum right now. And a survey would be something that could help make that determination. But in this environment, that could generate about $724 million in projects. The other thing I think I need to make clear is, one way to test me if I have any cabs in here is look at the par amount, and is it every number end in a 5,000 number? Because if it ends in a 5,000 number or a teen, there's no cabs in here. And when you're building a program, that's really important. If you are putting cabs in your program and you're betting on that, that's a very bad situation to be in. So this is 100% current interest bonds. The other thing I think you should look at are my assumptions. I assume 0% assessed value growth. Let's go back and see how reasonable that is. If we did a 20-year average, we're cutting it a little close. But any other period that we are looking at, you're pretty solid with that 4%. And so what's getting caught in that number is 2009 to 2013, the Great Recession. And so if you asked to issue all the bonds at once at 4%, I would tell you I'm uncomfortable with that. But if you look at this program, it gets laid out over 4 series of bonds. So if we're wrong and we have another Great Recession, we get to recalibrate 2 years later. And that's why we have 4% in there.
Can you explain go back one, the repayment being less than 2% and what the maximum is?
The maximum repayment ratio allowed with cabs is 4%. If we have a repayment ratio projected here because of your good ratings, and these are conservative, the numbers we used in here, but because of your good ratings, we have a repayment ratio below 2 to 1. That's almost like what a homeowner does with their home. And so these are very low interest rates. So your good rating and that ability to achieve that tax exempt status. There are a lot of community college districts that, because they kind of mix private use and education. So for example, let's say you did a farm to table restaurant because you wanted to enhance the rural, but you also wanted to focus on culinary, and you actually made money. That would be a difficult thing to do on tax exempt bond. We have to run all these different tests on it. But what we run here is assuming you do all tax exempt bonds, and that's one of the reasons why we get to this too. But if we get to that point where you say the culinary and the rural kind of showing that that program, we'd evaluate with you the cost of that and see if it was worth doing that. So what we did here is I told you the highest that you could target. What we showed here are 15, 20, and 25 and what that generates. And so, and I did par amount. I didn't actually show project funds because you pay for all the costs too. But the par amount would be somewhere between 438 and 735 million. And once again, the survey, the most important thing is need. And so we first need to look at is need, and then secondly, what can you get support on from your taxpayers? And then what could you actually do? Do you have staff to actually get these things done?
Did you show this is a 30-year, that's what this 30-year payback, or what is it?
So it's approximately 30 years. Every time we sell bonds, we get to have a 30-year look. So technically, you could have sold the 2063 with this one, right? Because your last series of bonds was 2033. But yeah, this gets repaid between 2027 and 2057 with what we've run here. Now, where you might run into a longer repayment period is if we did have a really difficult economic time, like we did in the Great Recession, then I would be advising you, stop selling bonds or sell less, and let's come back and get more of it later. That's where that would come into play. But as long as you're achieving what you have over everything, even a 20-year comparison, you'd be able to get these bonds sold between now and 2057. Not just sold, repaid between now and 2057.
Can you go into how districts have multiple bonds outstanding, and whereas homeowners, we might only have one mortgage?
That's right. So Proposition 39 was meant and designed to require agencies to go back out to the voters. That tax rate, so before Proposition 39, we had Proposition 46. Those didn't pass very well. They didn't have audits. They didn't have Citizens Oversight Committee. They didn't have a tax rate cap. Proposition 39 said, okay, we'll make it a lot easier to pass bonds, 2/3 from 55 plus these other measures, but that cap makes it so you to go out many, many times. There are a lot of places that go out every 6 to 8 years. So it's not uncommon to have multiple Proposition 39 GEO-bond measures on a tax bill. That's a very common thing to have. And the program is set up so that you have to deliver. If you want to keep your programs going, you have to show to the taxpayers that you deliver. So I think I got us done. I think I started a few minutes late with the introductions, so I think we got 30 minutes, but I'm also available for any questions.
Any questions from the public? Questions from the public?
Is it a voter passage of 55% or 66?
For a Proposition 39 GEO-bond measure, it's a 55% voter approval required. If a Proposition 46 measure was done, which is very rare to do, that is a 2/3 voter approval. But most of the things I've talked about today are tied to the 55% Proposition 39.
Any other public questions? Bring it back to the board. Trustee questions?
This is district-wide. This includes the Columbia area and the MJC area, the whole district footprint, and all the assessed valuations throughout the whole.
The way we run the numbers is we've purchased the assessed value for the district as a whole, and that's that 98-ish million number. Billion, 98, sorry, 98 billion number, sorry. Yes, that is the district as a whole.
Can we please go back to the potential bond scenario slide? You did fantastic. And this is my first bond. I was a student when we went out and received a bond. And this is not my specialty. You did great, but
Well,
I need some help again. So if my house is worth $300,000, I could take any one of these columns, multiply it by 3. And that's what I'm going to pay a year as a taxpayer. Help me as a taxpayer know what my bill is going to be in
Okay,
those
so
scenarios.
Step one is divide that, let's start with the first one. Divide 15, divided by 100,000. It should be 0.00015. Do that, multiply that by your assessed value. And that's what you'd pay for this particular bond annually.
Till it's repaid.
That's correct.
And you're correct. If it's the 15 per 100,000, your home is assessed valued at 300,000, it would be $45 per year.
Okay, and that would get us a bond of,
438 million.
say it again?
438 million. Now that includes costs though. That's not all for projects.
I think that got me what I needed. Thank you both.
Thank you.
What's a ballpark cost?
So for,
Percentage.
so percentage is hard because the larger the amount, so the cost of issuance, that is the bond counsel, disclosure counsel for my cars, you're going to be in a $200,000 range per bond series.
You don't have to use bond funds to pay that. That can come out of district, other funds.
Oh, sure. You could, if you, I have two out of all the agencies we work with, we have two agencies that say they would like all the bond money to go towards projects, and they have funded that from their own operations. That's very rare, but that can be done.
This one is likely for the interim chancellor, Trevor. So I believe this is where the facilities master plan really comes into play in determining the desire and the need. I would like one or both of you to tell me the top two priorities within that plan if this bond were to be successful, just the top two.
Nina, turn yourself on there.
Yes, so one of the areas for priority for us is definitely growing our CTE programs and the facilities. And the other one is we're still debating because we are talking about student success. So that could be a comprehensive student center, it could be different programs, and then just, we don't want to say the word, but maintenance too.
Adam, go to the,
I'd like to ask the two
Yeah.
college presidents, what would your top items be? And you don't have to say what she said just because she said it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll just add one wrinkle. I do think that the primary footprint is a new student service center at Columbia College overlooking the lake, so centering the student experience. CTE build-outs, a $2.5 million build-out in forestry and roughly doubling the size of auto body on campus. But the wrinkle for Columbia College is that it also includes multiple millions of dollars to help build out a CTE Wildcat Ranch in collaboration with our local high school, which I think is unique and provides support for both the college and the high school.
What's your top priority of those? I think I heard 4.
Student Service Center.
Okay.
Only get one. The Agriculture and Advanced Manufacturing Complex. Yes, the Agriculture and Advanced Manufacturing Complex on West Campus is vital to our region. Growing healthcare is vital, and also students. The student center on our campus, the one-stop student shop, so that our students are receiving the kinds of service they should expect from a higher education institution.
so I wanted to bring this slide back up as we talk about the highest priorities, and the facilities master plan will hopefully be coming to us in the next month or so. Obviously, the colleges haven't seen it with all the words, and so we want to try to get that through quickly with the two colleges, and hopefully be coming to the board soon. The board eventually will also have to evaluate what are our priorities, but I wanted to demonstrate that if we're doing bond sales every couple of years, we can't start on 5 projects at once. Realistically, we would be looking at the CTE project, we'd be looking at the Wildcat Ranch, and that might be all that we're able to start on. And those other projects have to wait. So in our first bond that we did in this district, I think we started in 2004 and we finished in 2018, 2019 or something like that. So it's a very long period of time. We hope to be faster than 15 years, but some of those very important topics in our FMP might not get started for 8, 9, 10 years. So it will be important for the board to express your desires as well. We have to fit it in within the available bond funds that are available in each of those bond sales and make sure it works for the campuses.
Thank you for that clarifying point. So how does that work if you sell it to the community and you sell an idea? 8 years goes by and your needs change. What is the commitment either to taxpayers or the state to reassess that?
So can you talk about the 75-word ballot measure?
So there's a 75-word ballot measure, and what typically is in that are some of the things that are like the top priorities. And then after that, there's a project list. And that project list has some level of specificity to it. And then oftentimes it has some areas to a little more vague to allow for some adjustments. Taxpayers like specificity. So we have to make it specific enough that we say, here's what we're doing. We can move some things around, but not totally go against what we originally talked about. When you get locked in on it, so your project list hopefully has some flexibility to it, and we're going to work to do that. But then when you sell bonds, one of the things that to get that tax exempt status, you have to reasonably be able to expect to spend 85% of proceeds within 3 years. So at that point, it is dropping anchor to some degree, saying, here's what we're going to do. Now, things change. COVID happened. People that sold bonds in February of 2020 obviously did not deliver on the timeline there. So the IRS will recognize that and work with you on that as long as you can show a path towards making adjustments. So you're going to have like 3 or 4 kind of lock-in periods where that's when you're saying, here are the priorities for this series of bonds, and we're moving forward next 3 years on those. And as far as communicating that is, in order to honor the tax rate, you're only going to be able to do so much at a time. And so that balance needs to be had with your constituents.
Another comment to make is looking at 725 million of project fund. I think in the facilities master plan, we're going to
That's what I was gonna, it's what, 950 million?
I don't know where it's at, but it's definitely more than 725. So we, as colleges, and then as the Board of Trustees, will have to help us with that. Now, pretend we only go for a $15 per 100,000. That was showing 400 and something million. Clearly, we'd only be able to hit about half of the items that were in that facilities master plan. So in the project list, it may show more than that, and we might not be able to fully achieve that. So as we develop the dollar amount based on the survey, based on input from others and the Board of Trustees on what they might be interested in as it relates to a bond election, we'll develop that project list. And without a doubt, we did well on the measuree, but there were some things that maybe someone say, well, you promised us this and you haven't met that. We will work to do our best that as we are evaluating what our top priorities are, that those are communicated. Obviously, the board has 100% desire behind those projects, and that is what we'll be communicating as we're.
So if I understand correctly, we're trying to find a balance between specifics and flexibility, because one of the issues you're referring to is we had like a multi-story parking garage, and then the cost per parking space was huge, and the Board of Trustees said, before my time, said, no, it's a misuse of money because it's so expensive per parking space. So that kind of thing.
Correct.
How do we walk that line? And then my other question is, have you had a scenario, because we're a multi-county district, where maybe it fails in some areas and there's any animosity because overall we hit the 55% threshold, but some areas are not bought in? What do we do in those situations?
Well, if you pass the overall you get 55%, you have a GeoBond measure that you can work with. And then I think.
Get that.
Okay, oh, sorry. I wasn't sure quite what the question was, I'm sorry. But then then I think over time can outreach those communities, and hopefully they like the facilities that you have, but I don't think that's gonna happen overnight. I think if there's a campaign in that community saying vote no on us and they still had it, they either one might move on to the next issue depending on how passionate they were about your specific issue, or two, there might be some outreach. And as long as that project list has some flexibility in it, you might be able to tailor some projects to help bring them in. Because clearly if it's not just a group that just fights things, you're missing something with that community. So I would look at the precinct data and see if targeting something would satisfy that community.
Our survey is going to, within reason, differentiate what's going on in Tuolumne County versus Stanislaus County. We'll do a little bit of that in the survey. There have been districts, I think of Sierra College as a for instance, where certain parts of their population always voted no, and they eventually carved around that community. I don't think we need to do that. I do think currently from our last survey, we did have good across the board support. But this survey that we're starting right now will give us an idea if there are any concerns. If you do carve out areas, that then does mean that it's a lesser overall tax base and a lesser overall project total.
And here's what happened. So just make sure we explain this. When Prop 39 was passed, it gave the ability to draw customized boundaries if you want. It's called a School Facility Improvement District. 99% of districts that have school facility improvement districts have two. Because once one gets it, then the other one says, now I want it. So it's a strategy, and it's goes, one of your neighbors, we actually are, every 4 years now, are flipping from one SFID to another for elections. So if you can keep the district as a whole, I think that is a preferred way. Much better cost savings on the transaction costs, also on the election costs as well.
Trevor, remind me, I think you would know this. How many counties? It's 3, 4, 5, 6? It's quite a few.
It is, but as it relates to Santa
What, 6 or
Clara,
7? 6?
I think as it relates to Santa Clara, there's 20 voters or something like that. So, right, so it's not much of a bond, an election cost to go for those 20 voters in the Santa Clara County.
Well, it's been said, but I think, yeah, with the $200 million difference, and that's going out to the maximum rate, we really need to take a careful deep dive on the facility master plan and look at it from what we want and what we need. And when we're looking at what we need, make sure we're going out way out in the future with also a focus on community, because there were things in Measure E that were left out, the football stadium, and now we're having to spend district resources on the football stadium. The music classrooms on the East Campus were left out. So there were things that should have been addressed that were not addressed. So I don't want to have that happen. So once we get all the input, I want it with a focus on taking care of our core, building out what we need now and into the future. And we're going to have to pare down some high, pie in the sky stuff. And that's fine. That's what happens. But we need to really take a real strategic approach to this.
Anyone else?
It always comes up, the parking garage. Okay, let's just put it to bed once and for all. Yes, everybody wanted the parking garage. But then when you started discussing the parking facilities, it wasn't just the cost, which was astronomical. It was, well, yeah, we want it, but we don't want it on the college side. Can you build it over in the back corner on the Stoddard side? And so then you had this community back and forth of where it's going to be. I don't want to look at it. You had people on that end of the block that said, yeah, well, we can still see it. Why don't you put it over on the West Campus? Well, that doesn't address your need on the East Campus. The end, folks, it was too expensive and nobody wanted it. So that's what happened.
President Sanders?
I have a question for inflation purposes. The last bond was $326 million at 20 years ago plus. What would be like the current value of that same amount? Because I can visualize what we built with $326 million. What's today's value of that same?
I can Google it.
So I need to do a calculator to do that. But over a 20-year period, you're probably like a $216 million, that's how much you have outstanding. So a little over $200 million bond, 326. That's probably in the 190 range of what that would fund today.
200% of that almost.
Roughly $700 million or so would be kind of the inflationary equivalent of the 326. So if we did a bond of kind of the same scope to achieve the same amount of growth in facilities, would be in the 700 zone of some kind.
Thinking about your question now, I should have answered a different way. $25 got you that 326 million, right? $25 now would get you that 700 and change.
Was our
see.
Full $21.44. That number rings a bell to me. So I think when we sold it on the prior bond, it was more in the $22 range.
Yeah.
It got us 326, and now $25 is getting you 724. So pretty close to that, yeah.
And with that 700, that would achieve the bulk of our facility master plan, I think, at the high end.
But not all of it.
Not all of it.
And
So we know that.
part of what's not in there is a lot of modernization of other facilities. Yes, yes.
If I could add one thing, that's that before the last bond, we didn't do a facilities master plan. It was done after we got the bond in place. And so we didn't know what our priorities were. So we've been really very diligent, this whole leadership team, in building that facilities master plan so we know what the possibilities are so that we're not surprised by what the direction is that we go. This is our grand vision. If we can't achieve all of that master plan under the current bond, then we do the best that we can. And then we still have some pieces left over of the master plan that we build towards in potentially a future bond with maybe a future board, unless you choose to stand with us for the next 30 years or so.
But I could also add that you have a very, very diligent and very knowledgeable and do the work for our cabinet. So we really talk about it and we look at, so the leadership team has changed in a way that we are committed. So we won't let things slide or, have a bond committee and we'll be progress, all that stuff will come in place for sure.
Where in the budget does education or communication to the public get pulled from? For example, radio ads, TV ads, postcards. How is that covered?
Well, we have board authorizing us to go for a bond. And that's what's going on now. We do radio ads up at Columbia to inform students of come to college. We do overall marketing campaign. We spend a lot of money. At such time that the board says, okay, we're going for an election, then the only promoting of the district that we can do are facts. This is what we have. Yes, there were 30 leaky roof calls in the last year, right? And we can talk about that, but we can't be proponents of please vote yes, right? We can't then do that as employees. And
Who does that? Because there's ads.
we will have a campaign committee that can be established after that time, in which there will be fundraising, and it won't be done by the employees of YCCD, but it can be by the citizens of YCCD. So again, that's on my personal time. That's using my own resources, and that is not me as an employee trying to generate those resources so that we can do that marketing and campaigning. You want to add a little to the campaign?
Yeah, so just to make sure there's a real distinction here, when I reference communication consultant, that is district funded, paid from your funds, and that's non-advocacy. When the campaign's called, typically that firm stops working, will change roles, go into election consultant, and work for the campaign. And they're really good, their livelihood depends on it, of kind of rallying those resources and organizing those efforts. So district funded up until calling for election, campaign funded after that.
And I could use, for example, Jenny, right now, our communication to the communities at large is the YCC magazine. So in that YCC magazine, we really talk about different topic that's meaningful to the community. So when the board approve it, then they can relate that, or we can use that as a mailer without saying the word bond. So that's the strategy that our cabinet is building up to the point that we do go out, and everything is personal after that.
Trustee Garrett?
One last comment. So our facilities, do we have a current infrastructure survey on the east and west campus and at Columbia? And I bring that up so we don't have any surprises like gas lines after the fact.
Well, the maps are almost non-existent as it relates to what's underground, so we're aware of that. But we do annually or every other year have the chancellor's office come in and do an appraisal for us. And so we have the facility condition index of our current facilities.
I think given the mix mash of what's under the ground here and the age of the East Campus, I think it would be beneficial, especially to our Director of Facilities, to maybe look at paying for a updated infrastructure survey at East, West, and at Columbia. Because I may not be here, but I don't want to get told by my friends and neighbors that, oh yeah, you got 50-year-old lead pipes in the ground, and yeah, we had the gas lines, let's not have that again, okay?
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Anything else from the public? Okay, meeting's adjourned. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Very pleased to call to order the 732nd regular meeting at 5:30. Jenny, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Stenographer, establishment of quorum.
Thank you. Student trustee Gutierrez,
Present.
trustee Aguilar, I know he's present, he must have stepped out. Trustee Beggs? Here. Trustee Garrett?
Here.
Trustee Hinton? Trustee Nicolau?
Here.
Vice President Davis?
Present.
President Richards?
Here.
Quorum, trustee Aguilar? Quorum is established.
Okay, 4.4, we don't have anybody participating virtually. 4.5, we do have a report out of closed session. In closed session, the board took action to non-renew a classified administrator at the end of their current contract term on June 30th, 2026, pursuant to Education Code Section 72411. The vote was unanimous. Do we have any statements of conflict? Seem to have any. Anyone wishing to change the order of business? Do we have any public comments?
Yes. Our first speaker is Frank Funes, or Funes, sorry, Funes, Frank Funes.
Welcome, Frank.
Is it this one? All right, good evening, members of the board, fellow colleagues, and community members. My name is Frank Funes, and I've served as a campus safety lead officer at Modesto Junior College for over 10 years. Today, I'm here to address the board's 2-year delay in approving the purchase and use of level 3 ballistic vests with stab resistance for our campus safety officers. This isn't just equipment, it's essential protection. It's supported by officers, our union, the department leadership, and even former Chancellor Henry Young. Despite this, it still has not been granted approval. This leaves us, your frontline security team, exposed to escalating risks every day on the job. This is an investment made once every 10 years per officer. Compare that to the expenditures you've already approved, like replacing all of our AEDs, which in my entire decade here hasn't been used, or the current plans to replace emergency wheelchairs that sit idle waiting for rare scenarios that may never happen. But when it comes to body armor, gear we'd wear and rely on every shift to protect against real present dangers, the approval is stalled. This shows a misalignment in priorities. Seldom used items get funded promptly while life-saving gear for active personnel does not. Under the general duty clause of the OSHA Act, the district has a clear duty to ensure the safety of security personnel when facing threats like guns, knives, or physical violence. This act mandates that employers provide a workplace free from known hazards that could cause serious harm or death. Failing to equip us with appropriate protective gear, given these risks, could expose the district to liability, fines, and enforcement actions. Board members, please reconsider this decision. Our safety and the safety of the campus we protect depends on it. Thank you for your time and attention.
We generally don't comment, but I thought we put this to bed some time ago, and I would hope that you and the chancellor would get this body armor, because that's something I thought we clearly talked about before. Thank you. Next person.
Our next speaker is Dr. Teresa Rojas.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Dr. Teresa Rojas, professor of ethnic studies. In fact, I started the ethnic studies program at Modesto Junior College. I'm the first professor of ethnic studies in the district, and I'm very happy to be here and to invite you all to the next Latinx Comic Arts Festival. This is coming up April 3rd and 4th. We have gone to an every other year model so that I have time to recover because it takes about a year to put it together. I want to highlight the poster, which is done by a poster artist from New York City who is coming to be here with us all the way across the country. His name is Javier Cruz Winnick, and he is a regular exhibitor at the festival. And his vision for Modesto and for this event is something called Latino futurism. So if you think about Afrofuturism, Wakanda, for example, Black Panther, but with Latinos, that is the vision. And this year, he also included for the first time our lowriders, because we do have a lowrider exhibit on Saturday, and it's a very special exhibit. We had a meeting yesterday with leaders from our clubs, because we do a club model so that we invite about between 23 and 25 clubs. I think we had 26 this year because we like to make it a record every year. And we invited them for a meeting yesterday. We gave out goodie bags. HR was kind enough to give us some swag for that. And one of the things that they mentioned is how much they appreciate being included, so that it's a festival that's not just about comics, it's about art, it's about artistry. We have exhibitors who are animators and storyboard artists who work on cartoons, who work in Hollywood, who work on film. We have a couple who are working on Netflix deals right now, so we're hoping that they'll have some juicy announcements for us. And then we have I want to let you know that we have an early cruise-in this year. So normally it's about 11 on Saturday. The lowriders are come in on Saturday only, but they have requested to come in at 10:30. So if you'd like to join us early on Saturday, what they do is they caravan in, and it's quite a big show as they're parking in lot 208 of West Campus. The event takes place at MSR, but they're coming in at 10:30, and for the first time ever, the lead cars will be driven by all women. And that's a really big deal for us. And so they're coming out and they're showing out. We will have at least 50 tables, probably closer to 60 when we're done with registration. And people are very excited, and it's free. It's open to the public. It will always be free as long as I'm in charge. And what I recommend is that you peek in on Friday and kind of, take a little tour of the place. And then on Saturday, bring your family and really, dig into the full experience. So my information is on the poster. If you need anything, if you have any questions, you can email me. You can call me at that number and leave a message, and I will get that. And I'm very, very happy to bring this back this year. So I look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you.
Congratulations. This is a really big deal. I've heard about this. Thank you. Next person.
That concludes the public comments on items not on the agenda.
Okay, as we go to the agenda, I know that the consent agenda, I believe we're going to pull 5.9. Is that correct?
I would just like to pull it for a separate vote, please.
Right, and I understand there's someone that wants to comment on that. So if we could get a motion to approve has anyone has any other comments about the consent agenda? Okay, could I have a motion to approve?
Can I interject for one?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So
I always
as,
forget that. I'm sorry.
as usual, we like to recognize those members of our district community who are moving on to their next part of their life, which is retirement. We have two this evening. It's, some say care, but most of the time you see it spelled this way, it's Carr, right? Yeah, Eileen Carr, 18 years of service, professor of history, School of Behavioral and Social Sciences at Modesto Junior College. Well, 18 years is a long time to the commitment of our community, college community, our community at large, and to our students. And I think especially now with everything going on in the world, it's important that you're well-grounded in history and understanding the past so you don't repeat it into the future. So I want to thank Eileen for her years of service and everything she's done for our students, and wish her well in retirement. Alida Garcia, 36 years of service, counselor, transfer center coordinator, transfer center and counseling, Modesto Junior College. Wow, in 36 years, not only has she seen a lot of change on our college campus and in the community, but she's helped an amazing amount, a large amount of students achieve their higher education goals and providing them the necessary guidance that they need. And can't thank her enough for everything that she's done, and I wish her well in her retirement. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Okay, if I could get a motion to approve all with the exception of 5.9.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now let's go to 5.9. That's right, right. So we're going to take a look at 5.9, and I know Trustee Nicolau, this is one dear to your heart.
Trustee, I'm sorry, Dr. Richards, we have public comment before discussion from the board.
You didn't let me finish. I knew that, but that's okay. I was just going to say this is something that Trustee Nicolau was really wanting to talk about, so I'm glad you pulled it. Person who wants to come up and talk about it, please come up.
We have Lisa Shutt for item 5.9.
You've recovered from the crab feed, I see.
Yes, I didn't stay too late. I don't
Okay.
know. Thank you for having me during this public comment. I just had some questions about this because my first comment is in the first whereas it says Exhibit A attached, but it was not attached to the agreement. And I just had some questions. Is this common practice or is this the first time that YCCD has gone into an agricultural license agreement? And it will earn $6,300 a year, which is not an extreme amount, but a nice amount. And I was wondering, where does this income get reflected into the budget? I'm assuming maybe under other local revenue, but that was just an assumption of mine. And yeah, just kind of wanted to talk a little bit more about that.
Vice Chancellor Stewart.
Revenue would be other local revenue, but the expectation as we worked with the college and worked with our legal counsel on coming up with this license agreement is that the revenues would benefit the agricultural department. And so we would increase the budget to account for this. The only thing that was missing in Exhibit A is a map of the property. This property has been in our control for, I'm going to estimate 20 years, and it's been unused for that entire period of time. So it is not property that has ever been used for an educational type facility. It has sat as empty ag land. There is no water to the property. And so anyone that utilizes this property, and I think it's neighbors who are going to rent this from this. And what we've allowed to occur as it relates to the creation of this agreement is that the Ag Department has worked with the Ag Advisory Committee, which includes community members, experts in the ag field, in helping determine what is an appropriate rent, what is an appropriate term, and then with the attorneys, this is essentially a one-year agreement. And one of the questions from the trustee is, well, why is it from March till April? And it's possible that I should have said March till June 30. We'll correct that before it goes out the door. But then it will roll on as a one-year term. Again, I'm anticipating it to be July 1 through June 30. And so, again, we could have continued to allow this property to sit, which then requires us to either pay or send our facilities department out each year to make sure that it is not a nuisance to the neighbors. And so with some of our vacant properties, we have to do that from time to time. So actually, it'll now turn into something that is used by a community member, generates revenue for the district, and essentially takes away a liability, which is this property sitting empty, and now it will be utilized.
So YCCD does not have any water rights to this?
Correct.
And go ahead.
Actually, you covered all my questions in a response to Lisa. I had questions about the term and also about the funds. My understanding, this property was given to benefit the ag department. And so while it's not written in the license agreement, but my question was to make sure, as small as they may be, that the funds continue to support the ag students, because that was the intention of the donation. So those were my two facts.
That's interesting. I was not aware that this property was donated, so that.
Yeah, and again, apologies for that not being attached. That was the intent of a map. And if you look at the mapping, you look at the aerial view, you'll see that it's kind of landlocked by other farms, and directly across the street is a residential community. And so the best purpose for this property at this time is to turn it back to ag use.
Thank you.
Okay, having said that, do I have a motion to approve 5.9?
So moved.
Trustee Beggs, second. Trustee Nicolau,
Second the motion.
student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried. Okay, now we'll move on to Board Policy Second Reading 6.1. The recommended action is the Board of Trustees conduct the second reading and approves the following YCCD policies: 3050, 3100, 3280, 3440, 3600, 3810, 6-801, and 6-8064 as attached to the March 11th, 2026 agenda. Are you doing double duty?
Yes, also I apologize for my seat. Thank you, Dr. Richards. Good evening, trustees, Chancellor Chan. Before you are the 8 policies. Unfortunately, the Board Policy Committee did not get a chance to meet. However, in speaking with the committee chair, it was, she was in favor, who is Trustee Beggs, I apologize. She was in favor of moving these forward as presented in the agenda to be approved or modified with the full board. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them at this time.
Any questions from the public? Any questions from the board? Get a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Beggs, student trustee?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes. Now moving on to 6.2, CCCT Board of Directors Election 2026. That the Board of Trustees each complete a ballot indicating their preference for the CCT Board of Directors and forward the ballot by April 10th, 2026 to the YCT Chancellor's Office. So I guess we'll do that.
I'll just say I was noticing a name was missing this time around, and there's only 9 candidates, and Milt, you would have had a chance this time had your name been on it.
Nice rubbing it in. I appreciate that.
Nine, it says vote for no more than 9, and there were 9 candidates. So there it is.
Okay, moving on to 6.3, student health fee increase. That the Board of Trustees approve a health fee increase of $28 per semester and $23 per summer, effective summer 2026, for Modesto Junior College and Columbia College as listed on the March 11, 2026 agenda. Yes.
Need a motion on the item 6.2.
Oh, okay. Do I get a motion to approve that?
Yeah, so
Do I have a second?
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, now we'll get back to the health fee.
just to clarify, it's not an increase of 28, it's an increase to 28. From 26, it's a $2 increase per semester and a $1 increase in the summer.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And I'll
Second.
Yes, second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm a no. 6.4, nomination State Board of Governors Annual Classified Employee of the Year, that the Board of Trustees selects one YCC classified staff member from the nominations submitted for the State Board of Governors and directs staff to forward that nomination to the Board of Governors and the Foundation for California Community Colleges. Did we pick that person?
The nominations will close tomorrow, and so this is just the board approving that you will select one from the list that will be provided to you, and the tally will go forward, and that particular person will be submitted to the state chancellors.
And we need a, yes.
And we'll do that at the next meeting, or you're going to do a poll, or what?
It will be, the Chancellor's Cabinet will nominate from the group, select a recommendation and to the board, and then the board will be polled. And then the poll will then select that particular person will be chosen.
Yeah, so we're not waiting a month to do
No.
this, okay.
Mm-mm. But that particular person, whoever is selected, will be recognized at a future board meeting.
And I'll include in our Friday's letter.
Have a motion to approve? Antonio, second? Nancy? Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we'll move on to 6.5, and it's that the Board of Trustees approve YCCD Resolution Number 252612, reduction of districts classified, authorizing elimination of a classified vacant position as attached to the March 11th, 2026 agenda. I should mention it's a position that hasn't been filled. It doesn't affect anybody. It's not like we're getting rid of people. So do I have a motion to approve? Have a second?
Second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Okay, now 6.6, that the Board of Trustees approve the employment contract addendums for 1 year as listed on the March 11th, 2026 agenda. And I have something I need to read. The next item on the agenda is item 6.6, which is for approvals of the contract addendums for 1 year of the Vice President of Student Services at Columbia College, Melissa Raby, and the Vice President of Instruction at Columbia College, Donna Cooper. The addendums are available to the public now, but before we can take action on them, I'm required to provide the following verbal summary of the compensation and benefits terms of the proposed addendums. The term of the employment contracts shall be extended 1 year to June 30th, 2027. All other terms of the employment contracts, including all compensation, remain unchanged. This concludes the summary of these two addendums. Under item 6.6, we'll now discuss and consider approval of the addendums. Any comments from the public? I'll bring it back to the board. Comments? Do I have a motion to approve? Do I have a second?
Second. John can have it.
I have it, okay.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Let's see. 6.7, similar situation. That the Board of Trustees approve the employment contract in it for an additional 2 years as listed on the March 11th, 2026 agenda. The next item on the agenda is item 6.7, which is approvals of contract addendums for 2 years for the Vice Presidents of Student Services at MJC, Andrea Wilson, the Vice President of Instruction at MJC, Patrick Betancourt, and the Vice President of College Administrative Services at MJC, Sarah Schrader. The addendums are available to the public, but before we can take the action on the item, I'm required to provide the following verbal summary of the compensation and benefit terms of the proposed addendums. The term of the employment contract shall be extended 2 years to June 30th, 2028. All other items of the employment contracts, including all compensations and benefits, remain unchanged. Any comments from the public? Any board comments? Have a motion to approve? Do I have a second? Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Adam Cat passes. 6.8, that the Board of Trustees approves the addendum contract for the interim president of Columbia College. The next item on the agenda is item 6.8, which is approval for a contract addendum for 1 year for the interim president of Columbia College, Chad Redwing. The addendum is available to the public now, but before we can take action on it, I am required to provide the following verbal summary of compensation and benefits terms of the proposed addendum. The term of the employment contract shall be extended 1 year to June 30th, 2027. 2, all other items of the employment contract, including all compensation, remain unchanged. This concludes the summary of the addendums of the item 6.8. We will now discuss and consider approval of the addendum. Anyone from the public want to comment? Anyone from the board? Do I have a motion to approve?
Move for approval.
Moved. Don and Nancy will get the second. Student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we move on to probably the favorite part of that I have, and that's the board committee reports. Trustee Garrett?
Nothing to report.
That's why it's my favorite. No, that's terrible. Trustee Beggs, the board committee report.
As I said, we didn't meet because of illness. We didn't have a quorum. So we discussed, anyway.
About the Modesto Junior College Foundation report.
With the MJC Foundation, we did not have a meeting, a full board meeting this month. We alternate with committees 1 month and full board other months. However, we were just notified that we are receiving double the amount of Finish Line scholarship dollars that we have ever received. For 26-27, we will have 300,000. So if you don't know, because I didn't, Finish Line is funding from the Foundation for the California Community Colleges that is specific to students who are meeting the success metrics of their college and finishing. So we're very pleased with that news.
Very good. Trustee Davis, anything from Columbia College?
Just to say that the foundation will have its bi-monthly meeting on March 17th. I'll have a report for next month.
Antonio, anything on the Association of Stanislaus County School Boards?
Nothing to report at this time.
Very good. Trustee Garrett, anything on the retirement fund?
The insurance program, JPA, no, Mr. President, nothing to report.
Thank you. Now we're fortunate to have Michael Minimick, who will make a presentation on the Modesto Junior College Child Development Program. Did I murder that name? You don't need an introduction. Also, Professor Flores, President of our Academic Senate. Welcome. Okay, how do you pronounce your name?
Minnick.
Minnick. Oh, I really did murder it.
Pretty close.
All right.
Please.
Give a second to introduce our youngest MJC scholars who just left the room but should be right back in. That was Coco and Leo. So hopefully they come back in. They're fabulous and we appreciate their families being here tonight.
I can't believe they didn't want to hear the committee report. So we're really excited to be here to present on our department and the programs that we have going on. My name is Michael Minnick. I am an instructor of child development. This is, I'm finishing my second year here at MJC.
Flores, you get to see me as Professor of Child Development during this report.
All right, and as we go through this, you'll see a bunch of really cool photos. These are all from our programs, our children, our educators, our staff, and our student teachers. So you'll be seeing those throughout this. We're going to discuss give you some data and awards that we are awarding students this year, the needs of the community, and then how we're addressing them through our community partnerships. Some partnerships internally here at MJC, the goals of our department overall, some facility needs that we have in our program, and then we're going to open it up if you have any questions.
Thank you. So we did a little introduction, but now you can see them. So this is Leo.
Is Leo a prop? He's part of this thing.
This is Leo. And then Coco. Coco's coming.
Very good.
Okay, so we want to go over our data. We're very proud of the data that we're going to present to you tonight. So we have over 4,500 enrollments. One of the benefits of child development is that we also include a GE course in our sequence. So we get a lot of students from all over the campus and different majors taking child development. The joke among our faculty is that child development is for anyone. Dr. Brennan likes to say if you enjoy children, working with children, have children in your life, or if you ever were a child, which means all of us, you will enjoy child development and you will benefit from it. So if you are still a child, even more so, it's why I glow in the field of child development. I'm also, and I know my colleagues are really proud of our success and retention rate. They are higher than our college as a whole. So we have an over 90% retention rate, which means our students stay. They stay in our classes. They continue from one semester to the next semester. We really do have a unique program because our students become like family. They come to us with everything from personal issues to career advice, to just to say hi and chat and spill the tea, as we like to say. So we really do attribute a lot of their retention to having that strong relationship with their faculty and our classified professionals. Our success rate means that not only are they staying, but they are successful when they stay. So when they're in our class, we really emphasize the wraparound support. We have good relationships with our success specialists, really good relationships with our counselors, specifically for child development, so that they know how to support our students with specific support geared towards child development careers. We also include a lot of awards. We are a CTE program. Sometimes we get left out of CTE, but that's okay, no hard feelings. But we are CTE, which means we have a lot of certificate offerings. And so a majority of our awards are certificates, which is really good for our student success funding formula, because we know that students who earn an award means money for our institution. We also benefit the college financially because if students take 9 or more units, we get money for our college, and we have really strong students who can manage the 9 units. So,
Professor Flores, what kind of jobs do your graduates get?
Oh, good question. That's the beauty of child development. So we have students who are interested in teaching our very youngest children, or even prenatal. So working with expecting mothers, working with families, working with infants and toddlers in a preschool setting. We also have students who want to work in transitional kindergarten or TK, as you might know it, early elementary school. We have students who are interested in the social aspect of child development as well. So students who want to go into social work, psychology, looking at counseling for young children. We also have students who want to work with children with unique needs. So this could be anything from SLPs, occupational therapists, physical therapists, early interventionists. So we really have the whole gamut of professionals in our school. So
Do they need to go on for 2 more years, or they're pretty employable after the 2 years?
yes, so if they get their certificates and their permits, typically they are really sold on working in early preschool, which means that they can go and work even before they graduate with their permits. But if they are wanting to go into, like I said, speech pathology, physical therapy, psychology, or elementary education, then they would need that further education, which is why we, as faculty, are good at advising students who want specific professions and what colleges might be good avenues for them to transfer.
Very good.
And then we do graduate several students as well. So we get students who want to move forward. It's interesting because sometimes we'll get students who say, oh, I'm just here for the certificate, and they take their first 4 classes, they get their certificate, and then they're like, I can do this. Yeah, what can I do next? And so we get students who start off wanting a certificate that go all the way into master's programs, PhD programs, which is really, really exciting. Oh yeah, speaking of awards, that's me too, right? Yep. All right, we have a child development associate degree and an early childhood education AST. We're one of the few programs who wanted to keep our local degree, and one of the reasons we did that is because we have so many students whose end goal is to finish their permits to teach in a preschool setting, and we didn't want to take the opportunity for them to get a degree away from them. We know that the AST requires more general education, but we do support them and encourage them to take those general education classes just in case they change their mind. For our students who are set saying, no, I want an AS degree, because it's our mission, we respect their goal and we support them in getting to that goal. We're aligned with nested certificates, which I know is Dr. Sanders' brainchild and baby. So our students have a degree, but at the end of their degree, they've completed several different sections of courses. So first 4 classes, they get a certificate, and then they do more classes, including the first 4 classes, and then they get another certificate. So they're getting awards along the way, which I think also attributes to our high success and retention rate also.
I noticed you call out in your top 3 transfer schools, UMass Global.
Yeah.
Talk to us about that a little bit. Is that just opportunity for online course?
Yeah, so it is. We were surprised by that too, but a lot of our students are already working full-time by the time they're done with us. And so they need flexibility, and UMass Global tends to give them that. And that's been the top 3 since they were Brandman, and then like 4 other names. So they've gone through all the iterations of names with that school. So
okay, all right.
Now it's UMass Global. Our students are still looking to them to provide that flexibility. And then we also offer several certificates, associate teacher, which is our first 4 classes. We have a teacher certificate, a master teacher certificate, site supervisor, and early interventionist. And what's great about those certificates is they also line up with the permit requirements as far as the education needed in order to get the permit. Doesn't give them their experience, but we do have great partnerships within the community for them to get their experience. Any questions before I move on?
So we're going to talk a little bit about the needs that have been identified in the community, and then we can talk about how we're addressing those. First of which comes from the data we received from STAN 2030, and specifically around the drop in in-home family childcare programs over the last 20 years. These are homes. So we're looking at, we had gone from 769 home childcare programs to 320. Obviously, that's a huge drop. There's a significant need for low-income families, Spanish-speaking communities. We also have 60% of prime-aged working adults who are caring for children. These are people that could be in the workforce, they could be working in our field, but they're unable to because there just isn't the availability of the support in child care programs that we need. As a CTE program in child development, we have an advisory board that's comprised of our faculty, staff, university, also child development leaders throughout our community, throughout our region. And we've received the information, the data that we've received on the need from that really has been focused on the need for professional training, professional development regarding special needs. The need for a Spanish pathway in child development. There's a lot of programs that are supporting Spanish-speaking families, Spanish-speaking children, and so the need for support in creating pathways that way. And the need for external practicum sites, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. But essentially, historically, all of our students, their capstone classes, the practicum, the field work, the real-world experience, and it's all happened here on site at our lab school at the Miwok Preschool. But as you can imagine, because there's limited number of spaces, there's this huge bottleneck when students are trying to graduate, trying to transfer, and a lot of times they're not able to complete their capstone course. So one of the needs that's been identified out in the community is this need to provide more flexible options, more opportunities for those lab schools for our students. And I'll explain a little bit about how that's going. And then the other data we received was from the Stanislaus County Office of Ed, and you can see from this form, you can't really see the bottom, but you can tell by the percentages. So at the bottom, you'll see it on your slides, the number of eligible students, eligible kids in our community, the kids that are eligible for each of these programs, and then how many spots are actually available. And I don't have the number in front of me because it's below the bar. You can see it's like 21% in early Head Start. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Those I was just thinking of on the practicum sites. I see the early Head Start at the County Office of Ed, but the K-12 districts that have preschools and Head Starts, are we placing
Right.
students in those?
Yes, that's all included, and as we're thinking about the needs and the amount of spots available in the community for each of these types of programs, but you can see we have 21%, 2%, 4%, 34%. That's a pretty small number of families that are actually going to be able to access the support they need. So we know that this is a huge need. It's not just this community, it's in every community, but we see it's a pretty substantial need that we have here. Click. I think you could talk about that.
So we have really worked hard to grow our community partnerships. We've partnered with Stanislaus 2030, specifically the Nurture program. So Nurture is a program that was created to support entrepreneurs in our community who want to start their own family child care business, and it supports them from the very beginning to getting licensed. And we are actually really proud of the work that has been done in the community. And they came to us looking to see how we could support them and wanted to foster that relationship so that we can continue to provide professional development for the cohort that's going through the Nurture program, so that even though they aren't required as family child care workers to get child development units, we want the very best care in our community. And so we are providing that for students who go through the Nurture program. We also have responded to the Child Development Advisory, and we are starting, I'm so excited about this, our first Spanish pathway in the fall. And this has been a work in progress probably since I started here 10 years ago, but we're finally getting it published and it's out there, students know about it. And now we're competitive with UC Merced Extension. We were losing a lot of students to the Spanish pathway at UC Merced Extension, and Stanislaus County Office of Ed said, maybe I shouldn't say this publicly, but we'd rather send them to you. We just need you to get those courses up and running. So now they are, so we're looking forward to getting students through that.
And I mentioned the need for the external practicum sites, as we need, as I mentioned, that bottleneck of students that are trying to, move on to their career or their transfer. We have already started addressing this. We have opened external practicum sites this semester for the first time. There's a site in Salida. SCOE has a program. There's one in Escalon, two others in Modesto. Oh, the El Concilio in Escalon. Oh, there's also one in Oakdale. So we've created these additional spots that not only gives us a larger geographic footprint. So if we have students who live in Oakdale or Escalon, they don't have to drive all the way in for their lab hours, but also it's getting them exposure to different types of programs. And we're just getting this chance to connect with these other programs. They're getting to see our students in action. It's really kind of this point of pride for us, for them to be able to see like all the things that these students have learned over the course of their time here with us. So we're really excited to have them at these different sites. It is creating more flexibility. It also allows us to have more flexible schedules. Some of these programs are full day programs instead of half day. So if students can only do their hours once a week, there's all kinds of different options for them that we didn't have in the past. And so we're looking to expand that. So we're kind of on the prowl right now to recruit more mentor teachers out in the community so that we have more options for our students, so we can relieve some of that bottleneck and get those students through and out into the workforce. Like I said, it allows flexibility in their capstone completion. It's going to increase the program awards because now they're able to complete this. It's also supporting these community agencies. They're getting to have the support of our students while they're mentoring them. So that's really exciting. And then I'll talk in a minute about some mentor program things that we have on the horizon.
I have to shout out Professor Minnick and Professor Yumi Lee, who's here as well, who have done tremendous work on creating these partnerships in the community. It's taken a lot of work, so I just wanted them to know how much they're appreciated. All right. that me?
Yep.
All right. So we also partner with SCO. I love our contract ed parent to teacher cohort. So it's an opportunity for Head Start parents who are interested in working in their child's program or any Head Start to get their first 4 classes or whatever classes they need in order to start work in their child's classroom for free. It provides them with their books, with their teachers. I taught the very first cohort, my very first year, and I just got a message from one of my students who just got accepted into a master's program in Washington. And so she started as one of those parents who thought maybe just a certificate and she would be happy. And now she's doing neuroscience and child development, which I'm like, you're amazing. So, and they reach back out because we do create those relationships with students.
Right, and I've already talked at length about the external practicum sites. I will say that our partnership with the Stanislaus County Office of Ed was really one of the things that moved us forward a year ago. And so their partnership with us to kind of develop some of this framework has been a huge factor for us. We've also recently entered into a partnership with Modesto City Schools to reopen our infant toddler program here on site. And so that's really exciting. That not only will address that need for infant toddler care in the community, but also gives us a space to restart our infant toddler practicum course and have another spot for our students to get their lab hours there right here on site. And so that's right next door to our preschool. So that's really exciting. We are in the middle of a grant, a We Will grant. And we have created a child development pathway for Waterford High School students. And so that it's really a way to allow students to get through the program and potentially complete an associate's degree before they even finish high school. Their first 2 classes, their first 2 child development classes are articulated courses that they take on campus. Then once they've completed those, they complete the 2 with us. I have several of them in my class, maybe you do too. And so they're in the middle, in with the traditional adult students as well. So they're able to kind of move forward long before entering into college, before graduating high school. Sorry.
And really quickly, Dr. Brennan just shared with me that we actually had the first student come out of that We Will who got hired internally. So their goal was homegrown and they're doing that. So that was exciting.
That's awesome. Yeah, the other piece to this is that there's a child development program on campus. And so those students get to do lab hours, real world experience right there at their high school at the same time. And then the last thing in terms of our community partnerships is that we have our dual enrollment programs, our CCAP dual enrollment programs. We offer the Principles and Practices of Teaching Young Children and the Child Growth and Development courses at multiple high schools. So again, we're creating this opportunity for those students to get a feel for this before they even graduate, so then they can slide right into our child development program once they graduate.
We also have internal partnerships as well. Our nursing students actually come to our Child Development Center, MIWOC, and they do some of their hours and experience working with children and some of the modeling different skills that they need to model for their classes. That partnership's going to continue this summer as well, and it's really great to see so many different professionals on the floor with children. We have our nursing students in scrubs, and then we have our teachers in aprons, and it's like, wow, these children really have everything, so everything they need here. Safest school ever. And then ag. So we love our ag partnerships. Every spring, our children do a field trip over to see the new baby animals, which is personally my favorite field trip to go on. And our children learn so much about the agriculture that's right here on their campus. So that's another partnership. We also have an ELL class, English for Child Development Professionals. We're creating a language for child development professionals class where our students would take 2 child development classes, the initial Spanish class and the initial sign language class. And then once they get to the next 2 child development classes, they decide whether to pursue additional Spanish or additional sign language to really promote that language diversity within their profession. We also see a partnership with business in our future for the entrepreneurs that want to start their own childcare settings, even outside of family childcare. And with math, specifically contextualizing math courses, because that seems to be the biggest obstacle for our students is math. Right.
All right, so I'm going to speak briefly on our overall goals as a department. Obviously, as I've talked about, increasing these practicum partnerships, these more opportunities for students to do their lab hours out in the community, and we're looking at that as an increase in the fall. And continuing, expanding our on-campus childcare options. I mentioned that we're going to have the infant toddler program up and running soon with our partnership with MCS. We have the preschool, and we're looking at the potential to have TK at some point. And so there's just these different opportunities for us kind of on the horizon as we slowly start building. And do you want to talk about the certificate?
Yeah, just some opportunities for new certificates. We talked about the languages for child development professionals and infant mental health certificate, which I know you're like infants.
Professor Flores, have you thought about Punjab or Syrian?
Yes, I do not speak those languages. So if we could get somebody to support that, I would love to increase those diverse language offerings as much as we can. But it just so happened, because of the population of students we serve as well, we have a high population of Spanish-speaking students. So we went with Spanish first, but totally open to all languages. I do know how to say a few words in each language, but not enough to teach a full class.
Probably do, but they're colorful.
Also, TK preparation. We have students who need to be able to get 24 units if they haven't already in child development in order to teach TK. And so we have students who've been teaching in the community for 20 plus years coming back to MJC to get their 24 units. So we have a huge opportunity there to create a pathway. And then, of course, family childcare offerings. Now for the fun stuff. Now that you've seen how amazing our program is, we also haven't changed in a very long time as far as facilities. I know Dr. Tran came and visited us. It's like having a visitor when your kitchen is messy. And I'm sorry you had to see that. It's falling apart. That's our women's bathroom on the bottom right. And it's just completely torn up. It's embarrassing to have our students have to go. And faculty, we don't have faculty restrooms. We use the same restrooms as our students do, which we're okay with, but not when they look like that. And then also we want to make sure our youngest students, our children are getting a quality education. And part of that quality is what our site looks like. We know that research shows us that children whose environment reflects quality shows them that they are worth a quality education. And so we really are hoping that you see the need in our program and see that we're worth it. Our children are worth it. And we want to grow. We want to provide childcare to our community. We want to provide childcare to our internal community, to our faculty, to our classified professionals. We want to grow, and we have the ability to grow, but we also need the support and the facilities to grow. No questions on that? Nobody wants to ask anything?
No, if you're done. Okay, first of all, any questions from the public?
Yeah, so we just want to acknowledge the team that we work with. Obviously, we have, I'm not very,
You're doing great.
Both our full-time and our part-time faculty are amazing. Of course, again, I'm not objective, but we have great classified professionals, our staff at the preschool that do an amazing job, our staff in the office, and of course, our dean, Shirley Miranda Brennis. So we want to thank them for helping, keep things moving forward. And with that, we will open it up to questions.
Questions from the public? From the board?
Could you say again the grant that helped fund the We Will Waterford Academic Articulated Pathway? Was it
It's the We Will grant.
called the We Will now? Is that a state grant or is that a foundational grant?
I can answer that. It's the regional, like Columbia, the K-16 collaborative grant. So it's the Central Valley, and they call it We Will.
Okay.
K-16 collaborative.
It sounds like we're making a fire truck noise.
Trustee Gutierrez?
Yeah, I heard you see Merced. Okay, they're the fiscal agent of that grant? Okay.
Hopefully we have them here to answer our questions.
So how can high school students that are interested in the different pathways for Spanish and special needs and the other ones participate in those?
I'm glad you asked. We're actually working with marketing, who've been really wonderful in supporting us in clarifying those different pathways, because a lot of students see child development and see, oh, I'm going to be working with young children, preschool children. We want our community and our students and our peers and colleagues to know that we are really supporting students and becoming professionals in all of these different realms. And so they can come see a faculty member right now, and I think soon, right, Jeanette? We're going to have some pathways developed so that they can see a clear distinction between each pathway.
And then,
questions?
yeah, so when they're doing, like, you know how Johansson has their childcare on campus? So then who or how are hours like verified through there? Or is it just?
Yeah, so if, let's say we partner with them, one of the requirements is that the person in charge of that center has the qualifications of a master teacher. And so the master teacher agrees to keep track of those hours and make sure that they're doing what they need to do in order to, for it to count towards their.
And then also maybe my last question, but how early on can they get involved in the program in high school?
So they can take classes as soon as they're 13. It's really interesting how the dynamic shifts a little bit. I've had 13-year-olds in classes. That's one of the things I actually love about community college is I can have a 13-year-old and a 70-year-old in the very same class. And it makes us have to be creative and really make sure that we are serving all the students in our classroom.
Other questions?
No, I would agree. It's a very important program. And the pictures that show the facility, like I said, I walk the campus on the weekends on a frequent basis. Just the outside of it without seeing, I mean, when you see the outside of it, you know the inside's probably got problems too. And also when you look at it, considering that there are children inside those walls, I think we're missing out on improving the security needs of that facility as well. So there's a lot of things that need to be done, and I'm hoping it gets included in the facility master plan, because I look at something like that, what we missed with Major E, like I stated before, with the music department, the stadium, the list goes on and on and on. And I think we need to make sure we focus on what we have and then build out what we need.
Other questions? Comments?
I was just going to say, I concur with Trustee Garrett. I personally took the tour, and it's wonderful to see it so active with the student, the faculty, and everything. But I do recognize that it is just a sore eye. I don't know what to say. So we're going to work on it. Like I said, MJC has a lot of needs. So I'm going to say out loud, everybody, the bond is critical. So we have to come together. And I share with President Sanders is the college has to put the priorities. So we can't get everything in, but I do recognize that. So we'll work on it.
We appreciate that. They do an amazing work with what they have, but we think about like how much more they could do given the best facilities. So,
I will say I had the original designer come into my class when I first started. And in the 70s, that's when he created this. He came in with his son and he's like, hasn't changed. I'm like, oh no. So if that doesn't say something, I hope that says
What is
volumes.
What is the model college for a department like this?
Yeah, Columbia
College is beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful center. They're also surrounded by nature though, so they have the foundation for that. But I know it's a university, but Stan State just got that beautiful center created. And I mean, that's the dream, really.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Okay, now we'll move on to 8.2, association reports. Going to start off with the academics reports, academic summary reports. Professor Andel.
Good evening. I had a late lunch this afternoon. Boy, I tell you, it's not as exciting as this is. It wasn't easy to, keep my mind and everything. Full stomach. I mainly wanted to comment on the facilities master plan. I think this is timely. We had that presentation earlier. Our Senate had discussed it, and we were asked by Dr. Redwing to actually discuss and give our recommendation. And our Senate did approve recommending the FMP as it's drafted, but not unanimously. There were some discussions. I think there was a few concerns surrounding the specific projects, right? But we had that, we sort of clarified that all of the projects on the plan is just a plan. It's not compulsory that those all get taken care of. So that's right. There was also some concerns, including mine, to secure sort of an upcoming step. So let's play it out that this bond passes, we get the pot of money. Then it becomes time to prioritize projects and allocate funds. And I just want to assure, and this is nothing against Dr. Redwing, because he's done a great job with participatory governance. I just want to make sure we're going to have a nice, healthy, participatory sort of governance process in determining those things. I have some vague memories of Measure E when I was on college council at the time in Senate leadership. And in my opinion, it was a very well thought out decision-making process as far as budget allocations, which projects are going to get funded. And so that was a concern of some senators, including mine. So just getting that on the record. I was asked to include in my report a quick blurb about a discussion that our Senate had last month, and it concerns the faculty liaison position, not Steve Choi, but the position, and that our Senate voted to support the position, just for your FYI. Just throwing that out there. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Professor Flores, I don't know how you're going to tap the last one, but you'll have an opportunity.
I don't want to mess up my joy, so it'll be short. Hi, everybody. It really will be a short report. Our meeting this past week really focused on a great conversation about how we as faculty can do our part in ensuring our student safety. We've had some instances of students feeling unsafe, either physically or emotionally, or just not even wanting to walk across the quad to their classes. And so we had a really good conversation about what can we do? How can we provide that support? How can we partner with other great work that's already happening on campus, like our Caring Campus, our administration is supportive. I know talked to Trevor about things that I can do in my role to support faculty in creating a safe space for our students. The other thing, it's conference season, so there's a lot coming up this semester. I will be gone at our dual enrollment conference as well as the AI conference through ASCCC. So I am excited to see what I can bring back to our college. AI has been the topic of several conversations. And so what we did as an AI work group is we wrote down 10+1 and said, what are we working with in each of these 10+1 areas when it comes to AI? What are concerns? What are possibilities? And how can we move this work forward? And what safeguards can we implement for students and for faculty? So I'm excited about the possibilities, but we know that with AI right now, we take one step forward and then we get an avalanche of new potential threats and possibilities, and then we have to start all over, but we're willing to make that push. Plenary is also coming up as well, so we have resolutions that are going through the Senate, and I will be going for the first time solo to a plenary to represent as a delegate and vote, but we always send those out for feedback. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, Leadership Team Advisory Council, Samantha McCarty. Welcome.
Evening, everyone. I have a final follow-up that I want to thank Catherine Pritchard and Lucy Munoz, who we will miss dearly in the next few months, but for helping us to finally finish our update on the leadership team handbook and creating the new evaluation form, and both of those are now posted on the website. So we are able to move forward there. In our EER with HR, we've begun discussing the length of time it takes to hire new employees and the difficulties that presents. It's something that we're hoping to find some solutions to help fill our vacancies a little quicker. And we are also collaborating with HR on some training opportunities in the next few months that will include the new classified evaluation, communication of procedures, and workplace culture. So thank you very much.
Very good. Next, the Yosemite Faculty Association, Professor Optimism 1.
Good evening, Chancellor Tran and the Board of Trustees. You might recall from my February report that the mood in negotiations was good, even collegial, and that was in part due to the district's team and YFA's team meeting face to face. What I forgot to tell you is that Trevor Stewart smiled 3.2 times, averaging over 1 smile per hour in a 3-hour period. And one of my goals for this Friday's session.
I haven't seen that in all the time I've been on the board. So.
I believe in you, Trevor. And while it's also true that the work groups we've created for evaluations and lab parity have made great progress, that's far from true on the other articles that are on the table. As an example, for this Friday's negotiation session, 5 weeks after our previous negotiation session, YFA has sent the district 6 proposals. The district, on the other hand, has sent YFA 2 proposals. One of those proposals from district, it should be noted, is for the ground rules. Yes, it's March 2026, and we have not come to agreement on the ground rules that supposedly govern our negotiations that started last November. Even more vexing is something the district is insisting on including in this document. And I quote, "By mutual agreement, starting and ending times for each session may be altered if necessary." Does that really require our time and energy to debate, come to agreement on, and then share in an Adobe Sign document for signatures? Perhaps more problematic is when YFA suggested that we take bathroom breaks every 90 minutes. Then the district came back with, and I quote, "A reasonable number of breaks shall be provided during each negotiation meeting." I mean, come on, please. Let's stop with the unnecessary or fuzzy lawyeries and inconsistent progress. YFA is asking for your help, and so is my prostate.
Thank you. Okay, we do not have a report from the Columbia College Classified Senate, but I do believe Amanda's here. It's pretty easy. That was not an uplifting.
It is never a boring evening with you guys. Good evening, good evening. Thank you for having me here. Along with all of the wonderful governance work that we have continued to do this semester, I wanted to share with you some of the things that our Caring Campus is doing. And one of their focuses that they are looking for in the future is to highlight successes and wonderful classified professionals that we work with. So I would love to share with you that we have done our first Caring Campus Ambassador Recognition Award. This is, I'm going to show you really quickly. This is Shemi Warda. Shemi was nominated and won. She consistently demonstrates a commitment to supporting both students and staff through thoughtful, intentional, and compassionate interactions. In her work with the Federal Work-Study Program, she helps students find meaningful opportunities while connecting staff with dedicated student employees. Through her advocacy and care, she ensures students have the support and resources that they need to focus on their academic success. Her dedication to fostering engagement, belonging, and achievement leaves a lasting impact on everyone she works with. She truly exemplifies the spirit of the Caring Campus Ambassador Program and its mission to cultivate a student-centered community. So I wanted to share that with you guys because we want to celebrate our wins. I also wanted to let you know that Classified Senate is interested in growing our professional development capacity. So we are in the process of working on an application for it with the Research and Planning Group, RP Group, for a Leading for the Middle application. And we're interested in working with faculty, staff, and classified to create a project that will bring us together and closer to more professional development opportunities. Really excited about that. And we're getting ready to send, again, 11 people to the Classified Leadership Institute with the California Community College of Classified Senates. So thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for me this evening?
Very good. Now we'll move on to the Student Senate activity reports. Is Samson Jenner here? Okay. How about Celeste Randolph? You're going to report for her.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Christian Brownell. I am the Vice President of the Associated Students of Modesto Junior College.
Welcome.
President Celeste Randolph is currently representing MJC with her speech and debate team at the state championships in Concord. And by the time the next board meeting rolls around, she'll be representing us yet again at the national championships in Maryland. So in her words, I'll be one of the few students to say, I miss board meetings. So over the past month, ASMJC has continued hosting events and engaging with our campus community. On February 19th, we held Lunar New Year's. It was wonderful to see students, faculty, and admin come together for the event. We'd like to thank Chancellor Tran for her support, as well as members of the board who came out to attend and celebrate with us. Last Friday night, we partnered with the Great Valley Museum Science Night for Glow in the Dark Night. The event saw over 500 attendees to the museum and served as a great opportunity for families and students alike to engage with science and MJC in a fun way. ASMJC provided prizes, glow sticks, and an opportunity for attendees to make homemade lava lamps. We also recently held the 100-year tree ceremony just yesterday, honoring our veterans, which was meaningful and impactful for our community. Looking ahead, we have several upcoming events. Our Women's Empowerment Forum will be held on March 19th from 4:30 to 6 p.m., which concludes a week of Photos with Penelope, where students can take photos with the one and only Penelope the Pirate. PD was not invited. On March 26th, members will travel to San Francisco for the SSCCC General Assembly. Here we'll have an opportunity to meet other student senates, learn leadership and advocacy skills, and vote on resolutions which guides community colleges across the state. Our Career and Resource Fair will take place on April 7th, providing students with opportunities to connect with employers and campus services. Additionally, Multicultural Day has been moved to April 16th from 5 to 7:30, where we will be collaborating with Outreach and Community Partnerships during their final day of express registration to welcome incoming students. In legislative news, the Student Senate recently passed our first resolution of the year, and to my knowledge, the first resolution in the last 5 years. Senate Resolution S26-01, titled Resolution Supporting the Addition of a Second Student Trustee to the Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees, This resolution was written by both myself and with the help of student trustee Matthew Gutierrez to advocate for the addition of a second student trustee with one representative from each college. It also calls for collaborations between ASMJC and the Associated Students of Columbia College. The resolution passed unanimously at MJC and has now been forwarded to Columbia College for their consideration as well. Finally, I would like to share a brief concern. ASMJC was recently informed that the traditional ASMJC President's commencement speech has been removed, with the role reduced to introducing other speakers. The reasoning given was time constraints, but all other speeches are being kept. At the same time, faculty participation on the commencement committee has been severely reduced and student participation is non-existent. This means that decisions regarding commencement are left solely to administration. Given the role ASMJC plays in representing students, providing manpower for campus events, including commencement, and contributing significant funding towards the same campus events and programs, this change has been disheartening to our student leaders. Over the last 2 years alone, ASMJC has provided over $30,000 for diploma covers. For no representation of student leadership to speak at commencement is taking away a historic and meaningful opportunity for student leaders to represent their graduating class. Mind you, this same opportunity is given to student leaders at colleges, high schools, and even middle schools across the country. We hope the college can reconsider how student leaders can continue to be meaningfully represented during commencement ceremonies, and we look forward to working collaboratively to ensure student voices remain part of a student tradition. Lastly, ASMJC has recently concluded nominations for its upcoming student government elections, and we are pleased to report an above average number of applicants, so more than like 10. We're excited to see strong student interest in leadership and continued engagement with our student body. Thank you for your time and continued support of MJ students, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Tracy Gilman, California Student Employment Association. Not here, okay. And finally, but last but not least, Stephen Choi. Very good. Okay, now we'll move on to presentations, updates from the Yosemite Community College District Interim Chancellor Tran.
Right, good evening, everyone. A few updates. We have gathered together, so the district council is the committee for our YCCD strategic planning, so that's coming along nicely, and every month I'll give an update, but we are working on that. And in addition to that, everybody, March is very special because it's Women History Month, so I like to recognize all women. Be strong, be beautiful, and be you. And then lastly, I like to call on to our campus security to give an updates of all the occurrences that's going on right now. So Harry, if you don't mind, please give us an update.
Welcome.
I want to start by saying I talk loudly. I'm sorry. I don't mean to shout. I just want everybody to hear me. So I'll stand further away from the mic. Let me start with, we had several instances of the free speech board. Unfortunately, the policy is vague, and some of our students are extremely clever. So they use that opportunity to saturate posts or overpost or tear down other people's posts. We had 2-3 instances of that. We made contact with all parties involved. We had a grown-up conversation about consideration. No actual student code of conduct discipline issues were addressed. But fortunately, I think that has come to an end, and we have started to share mutual respect for one another. We did have an incident where the pride flag was removed from the Pride Center. It was ripped down. Unfortunately, we had some miscommunication in the Pride Center and the video surveillance that we put up for them. They unfortunately put the flag underneath the camera. So as you see me on the display, if down at my feet is where the flag was. So all you could really see is the guy move around. The individual had the opportunity to say he was only adjusting or fixing a flag. We had no evidence to indicate otherwise. We did get some good information photographs from those cameras of the individual. We saturated the area. There are 4 officers, 5 sometimes, but 4 officers most of the time. 3 of them were in the CAT building trying to canvass the area and make contact with the student. We failed to do that. We then calculated where his classes would have been and the time period in which he would be back in the CAT building. And we spent the majority of that time period with 3 officers in the CAT looking for the student. We could only see a portion of his face in the video captured. He had a hoodie. He knew the camera was there, and he was lightly talented at covering his face or protecting his identity. We could see the bottom of his face. Most importantly, the one things that don't change are the backpack and the tennis shoes. Most of the students wear that daily. So that's what we were in search of. We made a canvas of every professor within the CAT building to see if that student was in their classroom. That student was not identified. So I'm not sure if the student was moving across campus, saw the pride flag and decided it was his opportunity to remove it, or however, but we are in continuous search for that student at this time. Unfortunately, we're still a work in progress. There's about 23,000+ students and 4 campus safety officers. So it'll take a little bit to get through all the students. We have hence made contact with the Pride Center. We have talked about better advantage points for them to put their flag. They have placed a new flag. We have good eyes on it. And we will make sure that should anything happen to that, we will be there post haste. Anything else, Chancellor? Any questions for the board?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you, Harry. At this time, who would go first? Chad? Okay, or Brian San? Yeah, either one.
Yeah, we'll alternate. This is great. You'll go first next time. This is great. Good evening, trustees, President Richards, Vice President Davis, and Chancellor Tran, along with district staff, college colleagues, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide Columbia College's March 2026 report to the board. It has been an energetic start to the year, and we find ourselves already looking towards finals and graduation a bit over 7 weeks from now. I guess insert panic here. Since the last board report, some of the big news up the hill includes a series of winter storms in the last few weeks. We've battled through power outages, downed trees, closed services, and impressive amounts of snow accumulation in the Sierras, over 6 feet of snow in Yosemite National Park. Thank you to everyone at the college and at the district as we found the way to remain open while being safe. Our facilities and campus safety were amazing. The executive team clearly communicated expectations and conditions, and we tried to plan ahead as much as possible. While we flexed remote operations for some of our functionality, it is important to our community to see that we were and are open through the storms when possible, and for those who can safely make it to campus. And of course, we've been staying warm, rooting for our 12-time Central Valley champion men's basketball team. Got to get that one in, President Sanders. Our team made an impressive run in the playoffs this year. We ended the season 1 win from state, and Coach Rob Hoyt has now become the winningest basketball coach in our college's history. Congratulations, Coach Hoyt and the entire basketball team for an inspiring season full of grit and determination. Your board letter this month provides a statistical deep dive into Columbia College's impressive dual enrollment efforts. As you know, Columbia College is currently enjoying its highest enrollment in 15 years, growing 9% last year and 12% this year. One of the most important ways in which we were able to accomplish these growth rates is continued success and expansion of the dual enrollment team at Columbia College, headed by Michael Baldwin. Under his leadership, Michael's dual enrollment program at the college has doubled in the last 5 years. This year, we have served 1,193 unduplicated dual enrollment students in our service area. Thank you to the entire dual enrollment team and to our high school partners, including Sonora High School, Somerville, Calaveras, Bret Harte, Connecting Waters, Gold Rush, Oakdale, Amador, Argonaut, Martin Oaks, and Amador Connect Schools, among others. Projecting into the future, we aim to focus on more remote schools in our geographic service area, and we'll be unveiling college challenges with our entrepreneurs and residents that are free, open, and digitally accessible to all, including high school students who have not yet had the opportunity to consider either dual credit or their college plans. Another focus of our programmatic growth and development is a renewed aim on transfer and clearly articulating opportunities to complete baccalaureate degree programs. To demonstrate this, I'd like to share quickly the journey of Columbia College student Red Darby. Red never expected to attend UCLA, especially as a transfer student coming from our rural community college in Tuolumne County. Darby applied to UCLA and she got in. It was a friend and staff at Columbia College who encouraged Red, but imagine if we had more formal access to UCLA's Transfer Alliance program, or TAP, which consists of honors courses and specialized academic support at community colleges. Not only Red, but more students from Columbia would be able to transfer to our flagship state post-secondary institutions. Community colleges that are part of the TAP program boast high UCLA transfer admission rates, with some schools reaching an acceptance rate of more than 70% at UCLA. About half of California community colleges offer TAP programs, but many do not, and smaller rural colleges, and that includes Columbia College. Only 2 Columbia students were admitted as transfers to UCLA for fall of 2025, and we aim to change that in the next couple of years. The TAP program is available to all California community colleges, but requires a formal partnership between UCLA and an honors program within your community college. There is plenty to look forward to in the next months. The continuation of the Fire Safety Series, co-sponsored by the Columbia College Foundation. There's lots of mastication and wood fuel management in the forestry management program going on. There's an arts and music program festival that is gearing up for a series of exhibitions and performances in the spring. Neurodiversity Celebration Week is upcoming, and the Community Job Fair is March 27th. We are excited about our summer 5-week 3D printing class at Columbia College and many of other things. We'll share more next month when you visit for the next board meeting at Columbia College. Thank you, Chancellor.
Excellent, thank you. My turn. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Tran. This evening, I'd like to draw your attention to some happenings at MJC and in the legislative world. So first of all, we've conducted second-level interviews for the Dean of the School of Health Professions, and we expect to have a candidate listed on the next board agenda for that position. And our schools are also beginning the interview process for about a dozen faculty replacement positions and 1 new position in fire science. Or rather restoration of a position that existed several years ago. So you should start seeing the results of those hirings on your agenda as well. Yesterday, our Democracy in the Public Space program, hosted by the School of Behavioral and Social Sciences, welcomed a representative from FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, to talk with the college community about the principles of free speech. The event was well attended, informative, and well received by the audience. On Saturday, Trustee Garrett, if you go in for a walkabout, you will see some activity at MJC West Campus. 3 activities are occurring: the Regional Science Olympiad, drawing about 500 young scientists from across the area together for competitions on such things as code busters, entomology, bungee drop, helicopters, and crime lab, and things like physics and geology, rock identification. We are also simultaneously hosting the Ag Field Day, bringing together over 1,000 ag students for a host of competitions and events. And lastly, in Sierra Hall, the MJC and Columbia College math departments are hosting an Integration Bee to bring together our best calculus students for a little friendly competition. On the legislative front, the ideas generated at MJC are finding their way into bills before the state legislature in this cycle. 3 examples come to mind. First one, members of the MJC Student Services team, heeding the call to figure out where the red tape and broken procedure are harming our students, as requested by the board, have drawn attention to a flaw in the design of AB 19, which is the College Promise Fee Waiver. Under this flaw, a first-time student who starts at MJC working toward an associate degree, such as mentioned earlier by Professor Flores in the child development sequence, who then completes a certificate along the way, then becomes ineligible for continued financial aid. They lose their fee waiver. That is, by doing a good thing, completing a certificate on the way to the degree, they result in a massive penalty. Well, we brought this attention to the attention of the Chancellor's office, and they secured support from 2 Democratic Assembly members to launch AB 1920 into the queue last week. Also last week, Assemblymember Juan Alanis has agreed to co-sponsor this bill, bringing bipartisan support to this important fix. And so I hope that the board would consider issuing a support letter for that matter as well. Second, Assemblymember Alanis has also launched legislation of his own, AB 1728, calling on the community colleges to expand our efforts in Common Course numbering to also include common numbers for the suite of training opportunities for firefighters and police officers offered under the auspices of the State Fire Marshal and the California Police Officer Standards and Training, or POST. The issue rose to our attention through our partnership with Modesto Fire, as well as conversations with Police Chief Gillespie and Sheriff Dirksey, all of whom shared that their team members travel all over the state to attend the training courses they need, and it's a huge hassle to figure out which course is under which number in the different colleges around the state. This bill will force our colleges to do what needs to be done to make those the same. And then thirdly, members of our curriculum and articulation teams at MJC and at Columbia College have struggled under the Common Course numbering project due to what mathematicians call a combinatorics problem. As things stand now, the CSUs and UCs are requiring that each course that shifts some minor content has to individually articulate those changes with each university campus. Now, with 116 campuses of the community colleges, 33 CSU and UCs together, and 1,000 courses to articulate, that results in about 3.8 million individual articulations, which is ridiculous. AB 2236 by Assemblyman Berman proposes to end this insanity and require that the community college articulations established at the system level. So by establishing the community common course numbering for our classes, we would get the articulations automatically. Okay, lastly, yesterday we bookended our day with two activities. First, as mentioned by ASMJC Representative Vice President Christian Bonille, we celebrated the 100th birthday of a deodar cedar tree on the MJC's East Campus. Now, the plaque at the base of this tree reads, "This tree was planted March 10th, 1926, by Modesto war mothers in memory of our heroes of the World War." Not World War I, not World War II, because there was only a single World War that had existed by that point. And for 100 years now, that tree has stood. It's unmoved by our political differences. It's reaching towards the sky. Innumerable students have stood in its shadow and dreamt of their futures. Yesterday's ceremony brought together a junior ROTC student color guard from Bayer High School, veterans and other members of the campus community, our students, faculty, staff, and a Korean War pilot who shared his experiences in war. It was a meaningful and moving event. And then at 5 p.m., we bookended the other end of the day with our latest CNA pinning ceremony. This one was extra special as a group of ESL students had completed a learning community of ESL together with CNA. Professor Ruth Lumen taught the students the vocabulary and context of their 900-page medical textbook. And then Professors Tanya Robinson and Samira Adishu taught them the skills that were needed in their program. So these two courses have opened up vital healthcare careers to the students, and their hospital employers in turn will have employees who are intimately familiar with their home cultures and languages that they're serving. So it was truly a great day yesterday. Thank you. And one last thing, if you didn't find it, we have new pins, lapel pins for you to represent Modesto Junior College, and we've passed those out, and we have more available for people in the audience who didn't get those.
One question. The Democracy in Action speech yesterday, I was really sorry I had a conflict and couldn't go. Is there video of that?
They usually tape those. Yeah, there was. Well,
There was. Okay, how do we access the video? Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think a lot of fire, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, items 8.4, the travel report, and 8.5, administrative procedures are for information only. Now we switch to any requests for future board items.
Yeah.
Matthew?
So for future board items, I'd like to have a discussion item on the the limiting of sourcing of food for the Board of Trustees and YCC Department complimentary food. This is merely a discussion item, not to take action on it. And
Yeah, I'm going to stop you. That's not necessary. We've already discussed that. So what's next?
I don't see why this wouldn't be allowed to be spoken on or discussed by the public as well?
It's not a public discussion item. Move on. What's next?
Or may I understand why?
Move on. You're out of order. Who's next?
I'd also like for the Board of Trustee members to also be required to attend a minimum of 4 institutional activities for students, at least within the fiscal year. I think that would be a great discussion item to have.
Okay, thank you. Next. Anyone else? Okay, let's go ahead, Don.
Yeah, earlier today, we had our campus security give us a report, and in his report, he mentioned the vague, I guess, rules around freedom of speech, and not necessarily freedom of speech, but the posting of posters and the size. And I was just wondering if the associated students have their own judicial council. Is that a part of, I don't know their bylaws or governance structure, but I can recall in university that the associated students would have a judicial council who would rule on their bylaws and when there was a violation and not, and so that this body wouldn't get into the weeds of that. So do we know if they have judicial counsel? So CSUs and UCs do.
So yeah, as for ASMJC at least, we don't have a judicial council. Our bylaws only stipulate that if a member of ASMJC, like a member of the Student Senate, is breaking any codes of conduct, then they can be removed via an impeachment process. But for general students, there's nothing like that.
No, so when one student association club or affinity group has a grievance, say against another group, that there's been some violation or some, I don't know, grievance, and who would arbitrate, who would decide between the two, or do they even have that opportunity to bring that forward as, hey, this club did this to our club and we don't think that's right, or they violated an election parameter, or they violated some way of posting their information, and they'll say, no, we didn't. Yeah, you did. No, you didn't. Well, how can that be decided through associated students and not be something that the board necessarily, or even administration, would get into the weeds about?
Yeah, of course. Trustee Davis, I think,
Yes.
hold on one second. I think that's a really good thing that we should ask our student affairs vice president to explore.
Well, that would be not something we would do tonight, but if that could be to explore and really for information for us, but also maybe a process to pursue for our associated students so that they can kind of take ownership of their own bylaws and constitution and see that they are being administered the way that they're intended to be, and have the students adjudicate those issues. So that could be, is that an item for further discussion? So possibility there.
We'll ask staff to prepare a report on that. That's a good idea. Anyone else? Okay, so do we have future board item? Go ahead.
Future board, and it's related to what Don was saying. So I'd like to request a future informational item on any further updates on the flag theft or incident. Was it stolen? Because he mentioned it being on the ground. I wasn't sure what Brian.
Were torn out and it fell to the ground.
And it's
Corners of this flag were, so it couldn't be hung anymore.
okay. Got it. That wasn't okay. So I'm going to call it the flag incident, or anyway. I'm sorry. And a status of recent club applications. And then number 3 was how viewpoint neutral principles are applied in club recognition and also in incident investigations and responses. And then determining on how that goes, I'd like to see an assessment determining if we may need clearer campus guidance and training distinguishing constitutionally protected disagreement from unprotected conduct, tying back to policy 3900 and its narrow legal exceptions, as well as due process policy. So.
Very good. Okay, let's move on to comments. Trustee Hinton, any comments? Trustee Aguilar? Trustee Beggs?
I am on, okay. I attended the nurse assistant pinning ceremony. I was very impressed and impressed by this was a new cohort of students as part of the larger group that had gone through the English language learners training with Ruth Lumen. And you could just see the excitement that students were just so happy to have completed this program. It was a great time together. So I appreciated that.
Trustee Gutierrez?
Yeah, so recent activities included with Dimitri Kiriotis and Tsitsikhani Serrano Campos. We had a meeting labeled Talk About It Tuesdays or Pláticas. And it joined together different Latino students and just to get an idea of what struggles or successes they have in their studies and educational goals and what we can work on and what they as faculty and staff might be able to include into what they do here. And other recent events include just asking for the publicization of the student trustee applications period through Canvas and through other means, however we can publicize it so that students are made aware at a similar level to how our ASs are made available as well. Because I do believe it is important that we publicize it because it honestly has a very low application turnout, similar to our ASs, and we just need to work on furthering this because, of course, many of our public representative positions need to be publicized so that there is a real representation of our students. And the reason I mentioned the asking of a discussion item for the increased appearance or participation in student activities per fiscal year is because I feel that there is a lack of connection between our board of trustees and the students, and I just want students to know who is representing them. That's all.
Thank you. Trustee Garrett?
Well, I had the opportunity to attend on this past Friday, March 6th. There was a town hall, I guess to put it, discussion that was facilitated by our state senator, Maria Alvarado Gil, and Assemblymember Juan Alanese, with a nationally recognized facilitator to talk about how we meet the needs of our current Hispanic students and a strategic plan going forward to meet the needs of the students in the Hispanic community at large. So thank you all for doing that, and thank you to our political leaders for putting that together and for being there. And then my final comment is, we had a member of our public safety team come here in public comment and talk about, ballistic vests. I think it's time, I'll just bear with me here. When I started in the 1980s, you didn't wear vests, wasn't manly. But as things evolved, yes, you wore ballistic vests. But on top of that, all your equipment was carried on your hips. And that evolved because then lower back injuries, all sorts of injuries result in that. So if you see the current iteration of a law enforcement professional, all of the equipment has been moved to a load-bearing vest, and much of the weight has been taken off the individual's hips and waist for that reason. So it's not as simple as just saying, go buy us a threat level 3 vest. And by the way, a threat level 3 vest is very heavy. It's designed to stop a rifle round. So we probably, just as a suggestion, we probably want to do a needs assessment on that whole process and the uniform, and look at probably something more in the lines of a threat level 2 to 2A rated vest that would not only provide that, but maybe have some stopping power for knife edge weapons or something that we know they may encounter on a regular basis, and decide, again, because I say a needs assessment, because part of the drawback of having a vest worn internally, it moves up and down as you sit, do different things. It then exposes areas underneath your armpits. So if you were to take a round through there, or it penetrates through your arm and into that area, it can go in and it's still going to cause a fatal wound because you've been exposed in this area because the vest moves up and down. So that's why now we've moved to these load-bearing vests for equipment and for ballistic protection, because they tend not to move around a lot, correct? Yes.
Trustee Garrett, could I ask that, frankly, this issue upsets me because I remember Chancellor Young brought this forward, and I thought we had already approved this. Could I ask you to work with the Chancellor and to try to fast track? Because I think protecting the health and safety of our officers is the number one thing. And I'm shocked that we don't have vests for them, whether it's, weather kind, but you have personal experience with that. And
Well, I think I've kind of laid out, I don't have a problem kind of making sure it gets pushed along, but I've kind of laid out what we need to do. And it's going to change a change in appearance for the officers. If now you see all the equipment and they're wearing a tactical vest, so to speak, it's going to change that outwardly appearance, but it's going to provide a higher level of protection. So
thank you.
Just laying it out there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Nicolau? Trustee Davis, anything further? I was very excited about the Lunar New Year celebration, and I think, what do you have, a couple 100,000 posts or something, people looking at it? But that was really fun. And I'm really glad you talked about the vests, and I think that's something we need to get done. Okay, the next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Wednesday, April 8th, 2026 at Columbia College. This meeting is adjourned at 7:15.